That is Eva, yes,
I
it
couldn't
is.
talk because... Wait, can you hear me now? Nice to meet you.
Yeah, I think we're good to go. I think we're ready. Brilliant.
Yeah. So that's the tower.
She's basically just getting it now. So we've got Chris alongside Eva at the moment, and he's kind of talking her through it. Eva, how loud is Gus for you in your headphones?
Wait, can you speak again, please? Just like normal.
Normal, so you
Yeah.
can hear him. Okay,
Yeah.
I was just making sure because I had to turn mine up a little bit to hear you. So
So which one do I turn up to here? Okay. Yeah. Okay, yeah.
It's not civil, but no, you're gonna have to pay civil for medical.
Wait, and this one's, can you just quickly go through that again? Oh, Chris is here. Yeah, you can go through this, yeah.
the circles.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
Hello. Hello. I can't hear it.
You can't hear yourself.
No.
I can hear you through my headset.
I've clicked the middle one.
Yeah.
With the headphones, so you can hear me,
I
but
can
I
hear
can't
you.
hear myself.
Can you not?
No.
Interesting. Interesting. Chris can help you out there.
Yeah, I can't hear myself. Why would I?
Not-
Would I want to hear myself?
Probably not, because there's this little bit of a lag, so that might put you off. But the volume that you're talking at now is perfect for when we actually commentate. So as long as you're happy with that, I wouldn't worry about that middle button. The first one, when so that won't go out on the YouTube stream. So if you
Oh,
press
well-
talk back, it cancels
Oh, so it's
everything.
just so I can talk to you guys
Yeah,
separately.
exactly.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. Yeah. And then the arrows one. Ooh. Oops! I accidentally pressed it. I pressed that, and it's like that now. Okay, thanks. Yeah, it's quite. I'm gonna leave my headphone like that because I can't hear it.
Yeah, no, that's
It's
good.
so high, it like really blocks it out.
Yeah, but at Pro League, I use it like this, like a lot of the time, just to, yeah. Is it? Classic. Do you want just away from my mouth or up or down? Slightly up. Okay.
It's fine, okay.
There you go. Killing it. Okay, do you want to go first?
Or just talk.
Yeah, just talk. Just
About what?
Tell me about how long it took you to get down here, who you came down with, that kind of thing.
It took me 2 hours and a half, and I came in a taxi with Muzz, which is our taxi driver at Loughborough.
Okay. Is Jocelyn?
No, she's back at base because there's a player also that's injured.
Ah,
So
right.
Amalia's injured as well, so she's not playing the tournament.
Tough, tough.
Yeah.
Is
But
that
she's coming
alright?
down to watch the 16th, so.
Good, good. Do you need Eva to keep talking, or shall I? Lovely.
But if you do get a chance to replay that.
Okay. Brilliant. So we have to worry about very little, is what he's saying. Well, I can hear you because I'm in the same room as you, but when you press that mute button, no one on the stream hears you. So it's magic.
So is it, when does it go live when people are watching can hear? Is that what the producer says?
No, so when you press your mute button, no one watching the stream can hear you.
So now they can hear us? Or not yet?
Not yet, because the stream is technically not live
Yeah.
at the moment. But when the stream goes live, when you press your mute button, they can't hear you, and when you press it again, they can hear you. So when it is,
Yeah.
press it again, and there's nothing there, they can hear you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
She's done very well. Very well.
Yeah. Yeah.
Got
Okay.
it covered. Fantastic. Thank you very much. So we're going to go on mute now. We're going to put that mic on mute, and we won't unmute until the final start. Cool. Thanks, Gus.
This is the end of this is the south end of number one.
Testing, 1, 2, 1, testing.
rough, you can play that 4 shots. Yeah? So don't feel like you're just bagging on the point. miles, eh? You guided that ball. overall points you get for it. We'll go first to 11. Sounds are out for the top. Sounds are in the yeah, 3 to 4 and 6 5 each point. Who have we got?
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to final day of the 18 Under National Junior Championships of Great Britain. Please welcome our finalists onto court. Please welcome Mimi Zhu. And also please welcome Talia Nielsen-Gatterby.
Oh yeah, we don't have a ball. It's 5-4. No, it's 6-4, bro. Yeah, but you don't know the score, so surely we could say it's 6-4 to us.
Keep the voices down a little bit.
Well, hello and welcome to the National Tennis Centre in Roehampton. It's a big day on both the girls' draw and the boys' draw here at the National Tennis Championships. It's 18 under's final day, and on court right now we have Talia Nielsen-Gatterby up against Mimi Zhu to see who will come out on top, who will win the tournament, and who will win the wild card into Wimbledon qualifying. Now, here to take you through this first of 2 matches today, it's Abigail Johnson and a very special guest alongside me in Eva Shaw, who knows all about what it's like to win this tournament because she won it last year. Eva, welcome. How are you feeling?
Yeah, I'm feeling good. Yeah, it's good to see these two play the tournament that I played last year. Yeah, it'll be a great match. I trained with these two, and I know, yeah, it'll be a really good match to watch. They've played each other 3 times, so yeah, it'll be a good fight for both of them, I
It was a strong draw here at the Junior National Tennis Championships. And these two have each won 3 matches to make the final round. To follow after this, it'll be the boys' final. The defending champion there, Will Jansen, taking on Luca Powell. So that will follow the conclusion of this particular match. On the near side, we've got Mimi Zhu. She's 14 years old, so that is pretty young to be in the final of the 18s.
Yeah, 2007. And Talia down the other end is 2005.
The LTA National Academy Loughborough. We made a debut on the Pro Tour in January 2022 this year at Loughborough, where she reached the 2nd round of the main draw. She's number 4 seed here this week at the National Junior Championships of Great Britain, has a junior ITF ranking of 146, has reached today's final following a 3-set victory over top seed Lana Stover yesterday. Mimi classes amongst her hobbies playing the violin and piano. She's grade 7 piano, grade 5 violin. Used to do a lot of swimming and also likes baking and enjoys maths at school. Please welcome Mimi Zhu.
We're just going quiet there to let Richard Joyner introduce you to the players. We'll hear a little bit about Talia Nielsen-Gatenby.
To the left of the umpire's chair is Talia Nielsen-Gatenby, aged 16, born in Ashby, Leicestershire, where she still lives. Talia also trains at the LTA National Academy at Loughborough. She reached the final of a women's 25 at Edgbaston in February this year as a wildcard. Consequently, has a current WTA ranking of 830 and a junior ITF ranking of 196. Talia seeded 3 here this week at the Nationals and also reached the final of the 3-set victory over Hepzibah Olowadare yesterday. Please welcome Talia Nielsen-Gatenby.
So here they are, your 2 finalists for this season, and as Eva tells us, 2 players that are very familiar with each other's games. They were played in different conditions though, didn't they, previously? Were they mainly indoor hard courts when they played?
Yeah, most of their matches were indoor hard at Loughborough, the ITF's there. I think both of them prefer the indoor hard, as both of their games are very aggressive, take the ball early. So we'll see how this one goes outdoor. Obviously, might be a little bit of wind today. I think it's less windy than yesterday. Obviously, they played indoors, but we'll see how that might change the match, because a lot of different wind and the ball speed. I think the court's a bit slower outside as well, aren't they? So, yeah.
Yeah, it's been an interesting week with some matches outdoors. I think very beginning of the week they were outdoors, but have played a lot of indoor tennis since then. Due to, I've got to say, the National Tennis Centre here in Roehampton seems to have its own bubble of wind. It's always windy, so if you're hitting here a lot, then maybe you get a bit used to that.
Yeah.
But how do you find playing in the wind, Eva?
Yeah, I mean, I've adapted to it quite well, like, as I've matured and become older, but obviously it's a struggle when you're younger to play in the wind and understand the different, like, change of direction of the ball. But I think they'll both adapt to it quite well. Obviously, you can't control the wind, so it's more of a mental game than your actual tennis. But yeah, I mean, they've played a few matches indoors, a few outdoors. It definitely will be whether they can mentally, adjust to the different courts and the wind speed. So.
Nielsen-Gatenby, she's the higher seeded of the 2, but just by 1 spot. She's the number 3 seed. Mimi Zhu is the number 4. In terms of paths to this final, Talia Nielsen-Gatenby with a comprehensive 6-3-6 love win over Ruby Cooling to kick things off. Very good win in her next match over Isabel Lacey, who's had some confidence-boosting wins recently, so that was 6-4, 6-2. And then most recently in the semi-finals, she had to fight a little bit, came from a set down against another promising 14-year-old in Hepzibah Olowadare, 4-6, 6-2, 6-2. How was I with the surname there? Was that a decent attempt?
I think so.
I think that's one of the toughest in the sport at the moment. I think hopefully Hepzibah's not going to take offense at that
she's
one.
Listening now, we're sorry.
Shout out to you, Hepzibah. Great effort this week. But Nielsen-Gatenby coming from a set down, and actually Mimi Zhu did the same in her most recent match, and her run looks rather impressive given some recent results for certain players. It was 6-love, 6-1 over Francesca Davis in round 1 for Zhu, and then 6-4, 7-5 over 13-year-old Hannah Klugman, who got a wild card, a very deserved wild card, because
Yeah.
she's been tearing it up recently on the junior circuit. But hey, the last match is the one that stands out. 2-6, 6-3, 7-5 over Rana Stoiber. Would that result have been expected, Eva, among the other junior players?
I mean, obviously Rana, with her ranking and how she's been doing recently, obviously going to the big tournaments, ITF tournaments, she would be on paper expected to win. But again, they played indoor hard. I think Rana prefers outdoor hard, slower courts, different game style. It will change the results of the match. I think Mimi has a big serve, big aggressive game, and indoors that will be tough for Rana to go up against. And last minute, obviously the change of, you know, not knowing what court you're playing on, that's also plays a part of it. But yeah.
Here we go then. It's time to kick things off. It's on Talia Nielsen Gatenby's racket.
Oh!
Only just.
Strong start from Talia.
And you would expect them both to start quite quickly at this point because of the number of matches that they've played in recent days.
They definitely know the way each other play. I think we're expecting some long rallies here as the courts are. You can tell they are a lot slower than the other matches that we've watched inside. It'll be harder to hit winners.
That's a nice return from Zhu, really deep into the body. You can already see a lot of use of the width of the court.
Yeah. I think definitely whoever steps up first and starts to attack, they're more likely to be on top of the point here with the conditions.
It was good intention from Zhu.
I know that they both want to win their service games in this match, because I know that Mimi, when she makes her serve, it's very unreturnable. Strong serve, both of them.
As you were saying,
Yeah.
she timed that nicely for you. I think she heard. I think the voice drifted down to court.
Yeah. Great return from Mimi, deep middle. That's quite effective actually in women's tennis, going deep middle on the return to obviously cut off the angle.
Do you think that return is used enough?
Yeah, I think it's the highest percentage going like strong middle and across the body is one of the easier returns. Yeah, good serving from Talia there.
You're really sharp to close the opening game. You could see Zhu there pushing, knowing the advantage it would be to break through right at the get-go, but Nielsen Gatenby just showing that she's ready for this. And my word, she had a good run recently in her ITF main draw debut when she made the final of a 25k
Yeah, she
level
did really
event.
well. Yeah, that was really good from her.
And took a set of Sonny Cartel, who's currently training for the Billie Jean King Cup squad. So you, Eva, you have a little bit of experience of kind of playing at that level and then going back to junior competition. So what's that like, going from kind of one set of events and one kind of level of tennis and then coming back to a situation where maybe you're expected to win?
Yeah, as you were saying, yeah, I think the start of 2020, I did play 25k, lucky enough to get the wild card. But then going back into juniors, I think you have less pressure, I think, in the women's as when you're younger, and you just play like naturally, and it just comes natural. But then going back into juniors, I think you're more prepared because you know the level you have to play. And then going from, as I was saying, juniors to then back to 25k is also a big change because the level, the focus is a big jump. I think as long as you've got the tennis, I think it's definitely possible.
Just striking that forehand really well. Just a couple of points lost in this game for Zhu, and both of them double faults. So she needs to be careful after Nielsen Gatenby got a long service hold that she's not allowed to take momentum here. Well, that's unfortunate. Well, 2 games, 2 deuce games. I think this is a little bit of a forecast of what's to come in this match.
Yeah, it shows how much they both want to win, obviously. Mimi will know now she really needs to get this game to hold.
Oh, I love that from Zhu. Back behind.
Strong start from both of them, to be honest.
And it looks, as you would expect for the final, like a fairly level contest, and
Yeah.
both of them looking to step up and go for that forehand. So it's going to be quite the tug of war here in the first final of the day.
Talia never misses a drive volley. I tell you, if you watch any of her matches, she never misses a drive volley. It's her favourite shot.
That stands her in good stead going forwards, because on the
Yeah.
WTA we see a lot of strong returns, a lot of really good backhands, but the drive volley can sometimes be the missing piece of the
Yeah.
game. What makes a good drive volley? Is it the footwork? Is it what goes together to kind of create it?
Definitely, I think timing. You can't swing from too far away, otherwise, you know, you could definitely shank the ball. It could go back fence. You have to keep your eye on it, and definitely spacing around the ball, footwork, and then picking a precise pace to hit the ball.
It's not her first sharp return of the day.
Another deep middle return now.
Well, we've had 2 close games, but this is the first time that there's been a clear opportunity for the breakthrough on the board. Break point.
She won't be happy with that.
Well, I've got to say, how well did Zhu use the angle on the return to get herself into the points early, and that was it, wasn't it? She got herself into the rallies and put that pressure on, and Nielsen Gatenby seemed to feel it.
Yeah, hitting that deep forehand as well. Definitely put pressure on Talia at the back.
So, Eva, you're sat in here, you're defending champion of this, not just the 18s, but also the 16s. You swept up last year. You're giving everyone else a chance this time around, but that's not completely, it wasn't really your choice, was it? Let everyone know what's happening in your life at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, I would have loved to play it again and try and defend my title, but I've been injured for on and off since August, actually. Got better for 1 month, and then it just came straight back. But yeah, it's mentally challenging, but you just have to get through these things. I think everyone as a tennis player will have these longer injuries, but you just have to focus on the off-court physical side. Lots of gym, building muscle, and working on the fitness on court. That's all I can do right now. I'm just waiting for it to heal.
So at the moment, the big issue is?
My wrist. Basically I can't play at all. So it's a shame.
Just focus on the things you can and start your commentary career. It's going pretty well so far.
New career coming up.
So Zhu serving to back up the break of serve. How old were you last year when you won this, Eva?
I was 15.
You were 15, that's what I was thinking.
I think so. Yeah, I was 15. Actually, I think I was just 16 because it was my birthday
it was
in May.
later, wasn't it? It was
yeah,
later
it was
in the year.
later because it was literally just 16.
But it's gone a little bit below the radar with the age of some of the players in the draw this year.
Definitely.
Mimi Zhu is here at 14, playing to win the under-18s event.
Yeah, she played last year as well. I played her, I think, I don't know whether it was in the 16s or the 18s, but yeah, I played her last year. All the weeks kind of merged into 1 week, to be honest, because they were back to back.
No, she's just got to go carefully here, Zhu. It was Nielsen Gatenby who was 40 love up in the opening service game, and then that went to deuce. Can swing quickly. No, she's done well there. That first serve percentage was just starting to dip, and she used some nice placement on the second serve. Backs up the break. Eva, I didn't ask you for a prediction coming into this. Would you have given me one or not?
Oh my.
Well, you're
It
safe
really
now.
It depends on the day. I think it does, because they both can play like very good tennis, and if they're both on top form, it would be a close one either way. I wouldn't be able to tell you a prediction. I think it is 2-1 in head-to-head though to Talia.
Will Mimi count that though? Because one of those was a retirement,
Yeah,
correct?
yeah, it was. She, in her head, she'll be thinking this is it's 1-1. So
50-50. Oh, nice movement. Just keeping that ball nicely out in front. Now, how much impact does the previous point have there? Now, we've seen a handful of double faults, but is it a coincidence that Mimi is able to get on top of the baseline previously, fire the winner, and then comes the
Yeah.
double fault?
that was a great shot from Mimi.
She's really finding a range now, isn't she?
Yeah, I think as you said,
Double break point. Tell you what, she stepped up the aggression there, Mimi Zhu.
yeah, I've noticed she's coming to the net a lot more recently. I think that's definitely suits her game as she's getting on the front foot and moving up the court. And that will put pressure on Talia to hit the deep shots.
Well, that swung pretty quickly. 2 lengthy opening games to the match, and from there, Zhu, who's seeded number 4, has seized hold of it. Now, do you find that sometimes, Eva, in junior matches, that the momentum swings and runs can happen very suddenly?
Yeah, I think it happened to me last year actually. In the 18th final against Kylie Bilchev, she won the first at 6-2, and then the momentum completely swung my way. obviously you play every point as it comes, but it seems to happen a lot in tennis. And after I won the second set 7-5, I then went 5-3 down in the third, but managed to win the third set 7-6. So momentum in tennis is always up and down, but it's in your own control.
Okay, this is a big game for Nielsen Gatenby. 4 on the trot for Zhu, serving for 5-1. She's going to turn this set around. You get the feeling it needs to start here.
Yeah, she'll definitely be feeling more confident now she's got the break and she is serving to go 5-1 up maybe. That's a joke from Mimi.
She's taking that ball earlier and earlier.
Timing it really well as well. I think she's played like this for the last, I think she played like this yesterday actually. You can't do much with those deep shots from Mimi when she hits the corners.
Oh, my goodness. How much of a confidence boost do you think it was for Zhu to take out the top seed yesterday, or do you think that factors at all?
I think, yes, it's definitely a confidence boost. I think she'll just be focusing on this match. And it's always good to beat the top seeds. Obviously, it'll make you feel better. Believe in your game more, which you can see she's definitely trusting her game a lot more. Return from Talia.
40 love down, you can swing a little bit, can't you, there?
I think if Talia wants to turn this around, she needs to move forward and start attacking, otherwise Mimi will take control of that.
She's found the backhand there and just kept Zhu back in the court a little bit more. In recent minutes, she's been getting more and more on top of that baseline inside of it. And that depth is key.
In a forehand, unbelievable.
This is so good to watch. You've got to give all the credit to Mimi Zhu here for the way she's seized momentum. And it's not been too much, really, of a slip up from her opponent. She's just stepped up to take hold of this match.
Yeah.
Great attitude.
Yeah.
Okay then, Nielsen Gatenby serving to stay in the set.
Yeah. It's a good shot from Talia, stepping up the court again. She knows she has to take the ball early to turn this match around.
How tough is it for Nielsen Gatenby to stay in the moment here? Is it when you're 1-5 down? Is it hard to shut that scoreboard out of your mind?
I think There's actually less pressure. You do, as you say, you swing at the ball more, you go for more, and sometimes you relax more because there's nothing to lose at 5-1. Obviously, you want to fight back and try and win the set. But as you see, there's nothing she can do right now. I mean, Mimi's hitting a forehand unbelievable. Talia's playing well as well, but Mimi's just seems to be getting that last shot and hitting a winner. So.
The point construction there was brilliant. Direction of shot. And she can give you a little bit of a different look on the ball as well, can't she, Mimi Zhu? She's got options. Now this is pressure, 30 all, second serve. She's just got it all covered at the moment, continuing to raise her level. It's the 14-year-old with a break point that's also a set point.
It's gone quite quickly, actually, this set. I think once Mimi starts attacking, taking control, her confidence goes up.
Nicely defended by Nielsen Gatenby.
I mean, Talia will definitely fight for every single point. We know she won't let this set slip without fight, so. I probably would have gone for that shot as well.
No judgment from you.
No, everyone makes those mistakes.
That's well done. She's just slowed it down here, Nielsen Gatenby. And even if Mimi Zhu does manage to serve this out after the change of ends, it just means that she can start the next set on her own racket and try and re-establish herself in the match. Now, we saw the two of them, Eva, before they went out on court. They were up here at the comms room briefly, and they seemed so relaxed.
Yeah.
How were you feeling ahead of the final last year?
Yeah, I think it's better to go in relaxed, actually. I mean, it's a big match. Whoever wins gets the wildcard into women's qualies. And to be honest, that completely went out my mind before the match and during the match. Yeah, until the last game. And I realised to close out, I'm going to be playing Wimbledon if I win this next point.
Wow.
And it was 7-6. It was the tie break, I think 5-6-3. And I knew if I won that point, I'll be playing Wimbledon. And I wonder what's going through their heads, whether they're actually thinking, oh, if I win this match, I'm going to play Wimbledon, or they've just blocked it out their minds. But they both did seem very chilled, and I think that's because they know how each other play, and they train together, they live together,
Sure.
See each other every day. So no reason for them to be tense. I think they just go out and do their best.
So the Wimbledon qualifying wildcard, that's the biggest deal here.
Yes, definitely.
Okay.
They'll both want that so much.
Zhu serving for the set.
I mean, speaking of the Wimbledon wildcard, last year was obviously on grass. This year it's on hard, so.
You're speaking in terms of the junior nationals.
Yeah. So last year it was on grass. So, in my mind, when I saw grass, I was thinking Wimbledon straight away.
Can't ignore it.
No. Big serve from Mimi.
Now that was needed as well. Getting the first point on the return after getting a big hold of serve, that would have given Nielsen Gatenby a good amount of hope. And we see it so often in tennis. It only takes a couple of points to completely turn the tide. And it can be the case that when you're pulling to get back into the match, you are that little bit looser, that bit more relaxed, and actually it can be slightly easier than trying to hold on to the lead and trying to put the brakes on.
Yeah, I think closing out sets as well are quite hard because you visualize the finish line of the set, but you just have to carry on and do what you're doing.
So here we go, break back points for Nielsen Gatenby. And a second serve to look at as well. Oh, that's a savage angle from Mimi Zhu.
It's unbelievable shot.
Where did you find that? Backhand side as well. The forehands were looking to be the dominant factor out here.
Mimi seems to like the way Talia is playing right now. I mean, the ball's coming at the same height.
And you touched on it, Eva. That's what we've seen a little bit more from Zhu. Even when she's missed, she's been trying to change up the flight of the ball and use different areas of the court. Nielsen Gatenby just trying to keep the same rhythm from the baseline.
Yeah, I think she should probably change the rhythm, maybe go high into the backhand and slice, because Mimi's, you know, getting used to Talia's rhythm now, and she seems to like it. It's the same ball each time.
But if she gets that depth on the return,
yeah,
that's when it can really do damage. Here we go, another chance. She drove that forehand down the line. Come back on, question mark. 2 games in a row. The opportunity to serve and try and continue to close the gap here for Talia Nielsen Gatenby. Well, that one twisted and turned a few times. Just a little bit sharper now, Nielsen Gatenby, as she goes for that width with the shorter ball.
Yeah, I think at 5-3 I was in the same position last year. You know, you're 2 games away from being 5-all, so she's definitely more on it and sharp right now. And maybe Mimi in the back of the head is thinking, you know, I was 5-1 up, so things could change.
Oh, lovely stuff.
Nice volley from Mimi. She placed that really well.
She didn't she? Great angle. And she did well to hold her nerve because there was the opportunity to get that done within a couple of balls. Probably a little bit nervous, but she kept it under wraps.
momentum already swinging the other way.
Well, we do see this, don't we, quite a lot, the twists in momentum. And it's now Talia Nielsen-Gatenby who's on a roll. She's closed the gap. It's just the one game between them now, but it is still on Mimi Zhu's racket. She gave herself the safety net, so she does have another opportunity to serve for this opening set. Now, interestingly, all 4 of the girls' semi-finalists this time around were part of a national academy for juniors, so we've got a number of them. There's one in Loughborough, there's one in Stirling. Now, you are at Loughborough Academy.
Yeah.
So how do you find the experience there, training there and developing that?
Yeah, it's been good. It's been good development. From, I think when I joined I was 14. Yeah, it's been good. Obviously it was tough due to COVID. We weren't actually at the academy.
Sure.
It was more from home, them setting, you know, online physical stuff. And obviously not even being able to travel. And then obviously this injury. So there's not much to say from the past year from me. But yeah.
But they were set up within the last few years, and a number of the most promising juniors now are based at those academies for development.
I mean, Mimi played Rana yesterday. We're both at Loughborough. These two are both at Loughborough.
Exactly. So incredibly familiar with each other, and you
Yeah,
can
and
you could
last
see
year-
that from the first point here.
Yeah. And last year I played Mimi and Rana and Kylie, so I played 3 of them last year. That's the thing with the academy, you know each other all well, and when you come across each other.
And when the scoreboard pressure wasn't there, she was playing like she was in a dream, Mimi Zhu, but I think reality is just set in a little bit here.
Yeah.
And consequently, that's huge from her.
I think when you look at the scoreboard and you're so far up, it's harder to close off because you're thinking, you know, I'm 1 game away from winning this set, and the next minute Talia's fighting back.
Oh, that's
shot line.
the best she's tracked a ball that's gone back behind Nielsen-Gatenby. So light on her feet there.
Yeah, she normally does go line a lot more actually, and I think that's an effective shot if you can try and go line against Mimi quite early. Seems to work.
Okay, real tight spot here. Oh, that's tough because it was the right intention.
She won't be happy with that. She loves backhand line as well.
Well, it does damage on the scoreboard. Set point for Mimi Zhu. And there it is. She does stop the run. And she's 1 set away from winning the title.
I think that puts an impression to Mimi though that Talia is definitely still in this match. She didn't just let it go away. That's 6-1. So I think it will be a very tight start to the second set again.
That's right, that's so important, isn't it? Because it might have been easy for Nielsen-Gatenby to almost give up on that set and think, let's go again in the second. But what she's done there, even though she's not won the set, she's just announced herself for the rest of the match and shown that she's really here to compete and that no lead is safe.
Yeah, I think that matters in tennis, definitely.
It's so mental.
Yeah, I
isn't
was going to say, it's definitely mentally now Mimi's thinking, you know, Talia's not far off. I've won this set, but I need to stay on it. Whereas if it was 6-1, maybe Mimi would have, you know, dropped off a bit. It naturally happens, I think. You have to be on it on every point. So
6-4, Mimi Zhu leads. Shortly we'll be getting underway in the second set. So, a little bit of a longer sit down here. What is Mimi Zhu thinking about at this point in time?
The wild card.
The wild card.
No. She's probably thinking this next game for sure.
Well, she might be thinking about the wild card. You said it. It was towards
Definitely.
further into the match that it was on your mind. And
Definitely is,
that's a
yeah.
big deal for someone of her age, 14 years old.
Yeah.
And she did recently have her first experience in an ITF main draw of the 25k in Glasgow, and she had a really unfortunate draw there. She was up against Leslie Kirkova, who's high rankings, top 200, and that would have been an eye-opener for her in terms of the level and the things she needs to improve on.
Good intention though, trying to go deep middle. The rallies seem to have got a lot shorter actually.
Stepping up the aggression again.
Behind slice.
Really smart from Zhu just to kind of keep her head there as Nielsen Gatenby took it pretty nicely up the line. A little bit of light relief.
You can see she's even going for the first serve return, trying to get on top of the point straight away.
Oh,
Couldn't see that behind me.
it's a bit more of a last resort lob there. She was almost forced into that one. On Deja Vu, first game of the set goes to deuce. Oh, the margins are becoming finer and finer.
Yeah, she's really going for the lines.
There's a massive hold for Nielsen Gatenby after just being edged at the back end of the opening set. It's good to see that she's keeping that aggressive attitude, because there was a fairly big backhand line miss at the end of the set when it looked like it could have gone either way. Is she the kind of player that lets those misses get in her head, or is she just going to keep her focus on her own side of the net and on the game plan that she came in with?
I would say a bit of both. I mean, obviously, it will affect anyone if they miss those type of shots, but she's definitely a person to fight for this. As you see, she's bouncing on her toes, ready to try and win this next set. She definitely won't give in. She is a fighter, but she also will get angry with the shots you miss, which, you know, the shots that you should make, you will get angry at if you miss them, so it's normal.
It's a natural emotion. It's about how you use that, isn't it? Because she can channel that and actually make it serve her. Zhu playing catch up now. this is a big opening. There haven't been a lot like these on the Zhu serve.
It's quite a hard shot to go for, that one actually. Inside out backhand, aiming for the highest part of the net.
Again, it was the right shot to go for, but Zhu was on the sprint across the baseline. She was tracking that ball. Extra bit of pressure on the backhand for Nielsen Gatenby. Just snatching some time away from the Zhu forehand that cannoned into it quickly. Here we go. It's the 16-year-old with the first breakpoint opportunity of the second set. Yes, indeed. Well, what a start to this second set. And you've got to love that from Nielsen Gatenby, because she had the momentum at the back end of the first set, but Zhu stalled it with the hold of serve. So to be able to pick right up from where she left off there was really impressive.
Roles have switched. Now Talia's stepping up and hitting the corners. I think that's why these two are so similar. It really depends on who puts their game forward like that first.
As you were saying,
Yeah.
first time in a while, though, that she's been really able to get up on top of the ball like that.
Quite a small margin shot, that shot.
Well, is there another twist in the tail? We always say with the break of serve, until it's been backed up, it doesn't really count. So this was a key game for Zhu to knuckle back down, break back point.
Oh, that's a joke.
Oh man, absolutely cracking that angle on
Yeah,
the
that
backhand.
backhand handle is going so flat but so short. I don't. And that inside out forehand, she's really liking that shot. Hitting it so flat over the net as well.
Yeah, so much good stuff. And you said it, that the angle of that backhand, it kind of defies logic that it can be that flat,
Yeah.
but with that kind of trajectory on it.
Yeah.
Too good from Mimi Zhu. She's got it back on serve, so she'll be feeling a lot more comfortable at this sit down. Still no rain, we're pleased to say, outdoors at the National Tennis Centre. It's been transformed with new world-class courts and facilities. It's got gold standard status now, the National Tennis Center with the ITF. And if you come to the entrance of the National Tennis Center, there's some pretty high-profile silverware on display. It's the home of the US Open trophies won by Emma Raducanu and Jo Salisbury in women's singles and men's doubles, respectively, last year. I mean, talk about that, Eva, because you played Emma earlier in the year that she won the US Open. So what was that like for you, watching her go on to do that on such a high world-class level?
Yeah, I played her at a Brick Tour in Felixstowe, which was, I think, a couple months before she was actually in fourth round Wimbledon. So it was quite surreal, actually, to be able to tell people I literally played her 2 months before she's, you know, at Wimbledon.
It was incredible how quickly it happened.
Yeah, it was. I mean, when I played against her, I think she was just coming back from, you know, not playing any tournaments because of COVID and not travelling. Unexpected to see her in that Brick Tour. And then she goes on to win US Open, so it was crazy to be able to watch her do that and know that I literally played her a few months before. Yeah.
And it must make you realise that maybe you're closer than even you yourself are aware of.
Yeah, I think so. And as long as you know, you've got the game, you're putting in the hard work. Like women's tennis, it's not far away from juniors as long as you've got that focus and that game. And I realised, you know, after playing Emma and seeing how what she did, you know, it makes me realise I can definitely do that.
Do you think that's the same for these two on court?
Yeah, they'll definitely think they can do the same as well. She really went for that return.
You may be channeling a little bit of frustration, but not quite with the accuracy.
Nice change of ball speed there with the slice to Mimi's forehand. Haven't seen much of that yet, but that seems to be quite effective. I don't think there was ball girls and ball boys last year.
Oh, they're upping it now. After
Yeah.
you swept the 16th and 18th last year, they thought, okay, then we've got to up the level now. Well, this is really good to see from Nielsen Gayton because we heard her a little bit earlier in the game, just kind of getting a bit frustrated, but she's not let it get on top of her. She's almost used that and has the chance to get the break back in hand.
Yeah, using the frustration in tennis often helps because you become more aggressive and you want it more. Definitely helps Talia when she's feisty.
Yeah, she's properly locked into this. Has the opportunity to put some real daylight on the scoreboard ahead of the next sit down. Opening couple of points key. But that opens the door.
Do you think that was the wind by any chance? Is there much wind?
the thing with the wind here that I know I haven't played here either, so you'd know this better than me. But in terms of watching tennis here over the last couple of years, it's quite gusty, so it's not consistent. It will kind of spring up sometimes, and I imagine that with the ball toss,
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. The ball toss, it just seemed a bit.
yeah, timing is difficult. Yeah, she's really charged back here, Mimi Zhu. And we saw this in the opening set. Knew how important it was to get right back into things. And she's getting a look at some openings here with the second serve.
Seems to be Talia's actually moved back off the baseline and Mimi's stepping like up onto the baseline. Now I never see Talia actually play this far back. Maybe because it's outdoors and the courts are slower, she's just sat back a bit. But I normally see her on top of the baseline playing, taking the ball really early. But maybe then that's the power of Mimi's ball, which is pushing her back.
Exactly.
Which I think in this case that's why.
Oh, she stepped that. She stepped around that even, and that caught me completely off guard. Brilliantly, lightning bolt down the line from Mimi Zhu. Unfortunately for Nielsen Gatenby, there was just a second serve too many in that game. It really allowed Mimi to get into those rallies early.
I think second serves on these courts, because it's a lot slower, it's easy for Mimi to attack into the corners. And then if you're making your first serve, you have a better chance of winning the game. But you see the second serves on here, they do sit up ready to be attacked. Yeah. Normally I see Talia, move forward into net, as I was saying, drive volley a lot. But yeah, she just seems to be sitting back a bit more. But Mimi has unbelievable power, so
Yeah, she's
not
been
surprised.
cracking the ball, hasn't she?
Yeah.
And that's making Nielsen Gatenby's job a lot harder today. In the first final of the day, the boys' final to follow this, between Luca Pau and William Jansen, who's the top seed and also defending champion. He got the wild card into Wimbledon qualifying last year. So that's even more motivation for him because he's had that experience already. He was able to take a set in his opening round qualifying match as well. Mimi Zhu looking to level here.
Yeah, as you were saying, with Will playing the qualies of men's Wimbledon, and I saw him in the the hotel, the Park Plaza, and we were all staying in one big hotel because of COVID, and we couldn't leave the hotel, so it's quite difficult. Inside out shot.
I heard that hotel was rather fancy.
It was huge. It was, yeah. It's just Serena in the gym, casually just see her walk past. Yeah, it was really fancy. It was a big hotel, but we couldn't leave, so I think it had to be big.
Sure. Oh, timing that a treat. And what's that like, being in the same kind of facilities as players that are world dominators?
Yeah, it was very overwhelming actually, like, you know, seeing everyone there. It was like, wow, I'm actually in this, because at the time I was, 16, so it was like, wow. I was still 16 now at the time. But,
Nearly a year ago.
forgetting my age. Yeah, we were also locked in one part of Wimbledon, like one side, because of COVID. We were in the same gym as like Djokovic and stuff, so it was really cool to see.
Is that inspiring for you?
Yeah, definitely, yeah. Just to like see them and be playing on the same courts as them even.
And that's the magnitude of the opportunity on offer here. One of these two will play Wimbledon qualifying this year.
It's a double fault.
Where she's just lost a couple of games on the trot, Nielsen Gatenby, and we've seen it in this match. It's been swings of momentum. She can't speak English today.
It's a hard word to say, momentum.
But Mimi Zhu is now pulling for the advantage. Oh, that's the play she wanted as well.
I know, yeah.
That is tough. And you mentioned that she's been further back in the court, Eva, and we've noticed this first serve percentage dropping. It's tougher to impose yourself when you've got to work with that second delivery. Triple break point.
I mean, Mimi's defence on the backhand there was unbelievable. She got straight back into that point.
Seriously, seriously impressive from 14-year-old Mimi Zhu. If she can hold this next service game, she's one game away from that Wimbledon qualifying wildcard, but from the title itself, and that alone is a big, because we've got some high-profile former champions here. I mean, let's look at some of the current players. I know Heather Watson, who has won previously here on the men's side. Andy Murray, Dan Evans are among the former champions. So even if that wildcard wasn't on offer, which thankfully it has been since last year when yourself and Will Jansen picked it up, if you can come out on top at the Junior National Championships, that's a great forecast for your career. I mean, you must have taken a lot of confidence from that.
Yeah, I did. It was good to then obviously, you know, play those 16s and 18s and then go into Wimbledon. It was great. Having not played many matches from COVID and then going to win that, and then knowing I've got Wimbledon, it was honestly the best time of my life. So it was really good.
More of that to come, I'm sure.
Let's hope I'm ready for this year's Wimbledon.
Yeah, go steady.
Yeah.
Right, this is a massive game. If she gets one game away from the match, Mimi Zhu, there's a lot of pressure on Nielsen Gatenby. Has to try and dig her heels in here. Oh, starts like that. She's feeling it at the moment. Just in case this does end in straight sets, we should probably get the happy birthday in for
Talia's mum.
her mum Jo.
Happy birthday, Jo.
I'm sure Mimi Zhu's mum Wendy is probably watching on back home in Swansea. Now that's interesting. That's a pattern of play that's worked pretty well for Zhu today. But Nielsen Gatenby, she's had a spring in her step this set and making it that little bit harder to find the window. Now, you can't fault the shot choice because Nielsen Gatenby was away back in the
back, yeah.
court. She was trying to expose that positioning, but there was a bit of pressure. Double break back point. And there it is. I've got to say, I'm not too surprised at that with the way Nielsen Gatenby fought back in that opening set as well. I think she knew how important that particular game was, and maybe Mimi Zhu herself was aware of how close the finish line was.
Yeah.
On we go.
Yeah, you can see a spring in Talia's step now, a lot more energy. I think she's attacking the ball better, moving forward now.
Well, they were relaxed before the match, but I would be surprised if neither of them were feeling tension at this point.
Yeah.
No, this is crunch time. And there are going to be a few more misses, you can understand it, but who's got the head for the situation here?
This is an important game for Mimi actually, because because if she wins this game, then she is serving for the match. So let's see how Talia handles this.
That backhand cross-court is still absolute fire from Mimi Zhu. Tight moment. She's done really well to hang on there. Doesn't want to face a break point here. Sigh of relief, maybe. She might yet, though. Now, what do you think? Is that scoreboard pressure? Is that the way Zhu's been attacking the return, or maybe a combination?
Yeah, Mimi didn't back off with the attacking. And yeah, definitely a combination.
Okay, then. Huge break point. And a huge opportunity for Mimi Zhu in the 18s Junior National Tennis Championships final. She's serving for the victory, and you've got to admire how she's kept going after the ball here. Probably the biggest moment of her career to date.
Yeah, I was going to say this is the moment where she would definitely be thinking, you know, more about the finish line, and let's see how she handles that in this game, because Talia might come back and then Mimi might worry a bit, and then, you know, the momentum might change again, but we'll see how Mimi handles this. Obviously she is serving, so she has an advantage with her big serve, so.
Mentally, it's going to be the thing, isn't it, how she can handle herself. The first time I saw Mimi personally, I mean, you probably have known her a lot longer, but January 2020, she was playing a junior event in Bolton, which has some pretty high-profile former champions there, and she played Hepzibah Alioderi in the final. And she was 12. It was a 14 and unders event. But what really stood out to me for Zhu, on top of the options that she has in her game, was the way she handled herself and the way she carried herself. At that age in the juniors, there's a little bit of fragility and people getting upset on court and just struggling with their emotions. She was so calm. And we'll see if she can channel that calm here. Nielsen Gatenby, though, is going to try and take that ball off her racket. That was a great first return. Oh,
Both love that shot, don't they? Ankle back and cross.
they have really been stepping it up throughout the course of the match. It was all about the forehands at the beginning, but those backhands doing damage now. Oh. This is tough for Mimi Zhu because she's not really done anything wrong in this game. It's been Talia Nielsen Gatenby stepping up in the face of defeat. Great attitude from her. Triple breakback point. And it's understandable that in that particular scoreboard situation, the pressure does tell. This match isn't over. In fact, there could be a way to go. Got to try and regroup quickly here, Zhu.
She's definitely still going for the ball at this tight moment. I remember me last year at 5-all. I think a lot tighter, but Mimi's really going for that ball. So I mean, they both are.
And that was 5-all in the third set for you, was it?
I think it was also 5-all in the second as well, because they won it
second.
7-5, but
Oh,
then
wow.
also the third was 7-6, so had 2 5-alls. It's a joke shot.
They are upping the ante here.
I mean, Mimi's defense is aggressive defense, which is hard for Talia then to, you know, then step up after Talia's put her under pressure.
That's stunning point construction.
Handled that slice really well.
To come back out like this after being broken to love, really impressive. And there it is, quick as a flash. She's got another opportunity to serve for this. Intriguing match. And once again, Mimi Zhu is just 4 points away from those prestigious prizes. What do you think? Second time around, is it going to be different?
I think she'll know she needs to close this out.
But with that knowledge, the
Yeah.
pressure that
Yeah.
comes with that, she's got to be feeling that right
Yeah,
now.
definitely. I think she'll definitely feel pressure, and that's where Talia then will know that, and then she'll step up again. So it could go 6-all. But if Mimi makes her first serves, then it'll be difficult for Talia to step up her game as well.
She's got to try and take each point in isolation here, as if it's its own individual match. Mimi Zhu with another opportunity to wrap up this title win. The first final day this year of the LTA Junior National Tennis Championships. Forms part of an annual calendar of local, regional and national tennis competitions, supported and delivered by the LTA for players of all ages. It's the 16 and under event next week, but here's Mimi Zhu serving for the 18 and under title.
Ooh. I mean, in this game, those are the type of shots you need to just make into the court to put the pressure on Mimi to close it out. It was a great get on that return.
Right in the corner. Well, this is already a different story. She plunged down love 40 last time. Now she's 2 points away. Here we go.
Match point.
The finish line is right in front of her. Mimi Zhu with 2 championship points. Mimi Zhu is the Junior National Tennis Championships champion for under 18s, and she will compete in Wimbledon qualifying this year at 14 years old. What an effort to get the win over a very informed and very capable player in Talia Nielsen-Gatenby, who really contributed to that match. It was a great match, wasn't it, Eva?
Yeah, I was expecting a come on, like a scream. I remember I was like, come on, like properly screaming. But you know, she doesn't show that much emotion. But I guess that's good on and off the court. Just composed and focused. But yeah, that was a great match from both of them. And Talia will be gutted, but she played really well, and she's come back from various injuries as well, and she's doing really well. So she should be happy where she's at. And Mimi at a young age, I mean, great experience to even like win this and then go and play Wimbledon. But yeah, lots must be going through their minds right now.
Oh, what a moment for her. It's so great to see moments like this right at the beginning of a career. Could be the springboard for something really great. And I'm sure for both players on court now, we're going to see them go on to great things. And the girl in the commentary box with me now, Eva Shaw, when she's back on court, I have no doubt that we'll be seeing great things from you as well. But it's time to get the trophies out. And shortly after this, it'll be time for the boys' final. Still a lot of action to come today as top seed William Jansen takes on Luke Kapau, the number 4 seed. And the number 4 seed victorious here, Mimi Zhu, getting it done in straight sets. So just setting up here to award the trophies. Mimi Zhu, your champion for this year, taking over from Eva Shaw, who got it done in 16s and 18s last year, and joining a long list of notable names who've won singles trophies here at the Junior National Tennis Championships before. This is the first time it's been staged at the National Tennis Centre, though, an elite environment for the Junior National Championships. Perfect stage to host this event for the first time. it's time to get underway.
So, ladies and gentlemen, please show your appreciation once again for both of our singles finalists, Talia Nielsen-Gatterby and Mimi Zhu. Ladies and gentlemen, to present our trophies, please welcome David Rawlinson, President of the Lawn Tennis Association. And to our 2022 runner-up, Talia Nielsen-Gatterby.
Still just 16 years old, Talia Nielsen-Gatterby. Couple of junior titles to her name on the ITF circuit. That brilliant run to the 25k final in Edgbaston a couple of months ago. Lots more to come from her. Very impressive runner-up.
The 2022 National Junior Champion, 18 under girls singles, Mimi Zhu.
She won when they contested the Loughborough final last year, and she's won in the final of the Junior National Tennis Championships. 14-year-old Mimi Zhu wins the 18 and unders title on the girls' side for this year, and that wild card into Wimbledon qualifying. It's going to be a very exciting summer for her.
I think she'll also play Junior Wimbledon as well. But then obviously if she qualifies for the women's, then they overlap, I think, so.
Interesting. Well, there's going to be a lot to keep her busy.
Yeah.
Both players will be keeping a careful eye on them. And that does bring us to the close of the first final of the day, won deservedly by Mimi Zhu. And from me and Eva, very briefly, it will be goodbye, but the boys will be on court shortly. William Jansen taking on Luca Pau to see who joins Mimi Zhu in the winner's circle today. Eva, I've got to let you go. Thank you so much. Have you enjoyed this?
Yeah, it's been a really good experience. Yeah, I enjoy commentating, so
Fantastic.
Thank you.
This was her debut. She smashed it, and I'm sure she'll be back on court before long. But if you ever have a spare moment,
Yeah.
get yourself back. And she'll be back for the 16s next week. But it's Mimi Zhu's day, and William Jansen and Luca Pau will be on court shortly.
Ladies and gentlemen, the boys singles finals will be coming to court in approximately 5 minutes. Thank you. So, ladies and gentlemen, for our boys 18 under singles final, please welcome onto court Luca Powell. And also please welcome Will Jansen.
Welcome back to the LTA National Tennis Centre in Roehampton, where the Junior National Tennis Championships final day for 18 and unders is well underway. Victory for 14-year-old Mimi Zhu in the girls' final over 16-year-old Talia Nielsen-Gatenby of Leicestershire. And now it's time for the boys to take centre stage. Can defending champion William Jansen be stopped? He's the top seed, taking on his fellow 17-year-old in number 4 seed Luca Powell. Abigail Johnson in the commentary booth to take you through this match. I think very shortly we'll be hearing from Richard Joyner on court just to introduce the finalists for the second final of the day. Big prizes on the line. The title itself, but also a wild card into Wimbledon qualifying at this year's championships for whoever comes out on top here.
To the right of the umpire's chair is Luca Powell. Luca is age 17, born Solihull in the West Midlands. Luca trains at the LTA National Academy at Loughborough and is the 4th seed here this week at the 18 under National Junior Championships. Luca has reached today's final without the loss of a set, including a 6-3, 7-6 victory over second seed Louis Bowden yesterday. He has a current ITF ranking of 132. And lists amongst his hobbies, plays a bit of football, is a big St Mirren fan on the basis of his cousin plays in their under-18 team. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Luca Powell. To the left of the umpire's chair is Will Jansen, who's also age 17. Will was born in Chelsea, London, trains at the Reed School in Cobham, and is the top seed here this week at the National Tennis Centre. Like Luca, he's reached the final without the loss of a set, including a semi-final victory yesterday of 6-3, 6-1 against Victor Frederick. Has a current ITF ranking of 115 and is also the reigning national 18 under boys singles champion, having won the title at Surbiton last year. Amongst his hobbies, Will includes a love of Formula One, is a particular Max Verstappen fan, and Ferrari's Charles Leclerc. Please welcome Will Jansen.
So here they are. Luca Pau on your near side. William Jansen with the cap on. Bit of a hopeful move there. I'm not sure the sun is going to completely emerge, but the rain has stayed away, so that's the important stuff. And it's been an interesting week here at the Junior National Tennis Championships. They're outdoors today, which are the ideal conditions, but they have had to play some matches indoors on different paced hard courts due to the elements, not just the rain, but the wind, which was an absolute disaster yesterday, blowing chairs across courts. That was no kind of conditions to be playing outdoors in. But back under the sky for this final. And for Will Jansen, it's deja vu. He was in the final showdown last year, came out on top. Big effort from him with the target on his back as the top seed to be able to live up to that seeding. And as Richard said on court just now, without dropping a set. Both players with strong runs to this particular stage. So something has to give in this second final of the day. Luca Pau with an upset victory most recently over Louis Bowden, who was the number 2 seed. 6-3, 7-6 yesterday under the roof. William Jansen coming out on top in his semi-final for the loss of just 4 games. So he's in pretty imperious form. Has dropped a combined 15 games across the 3 matches that he's played so far this week. Different situation this year. The Junior National Tennis Championships staged in Surbiton last year on the grass courts, so the conditions are a little bit different. New match, new scenario for left-handed Will Jansen, who you might just have heard there from the chair, is keeping the ball on his racket at the beginning of this match. And so here we are, we're ready to go again at the LTA Junior National Tennis Championships, which form part of an annual calendar of local, regional and national tennis competitions supported and delivered by the LTA for players of all ages. It'll be the turn of the 16 and unders event right here at the National Tennis Centre next week. But for now, we have to crown the boys champion. One of these two will be adding their name to a list that contains some very well-known names in the British game. And off we go. .6'2" is 17-year-old Will Jansen. He'll look to utilize that first serve. Good move from Luca Pau there, getting up the court when he had the opportunity, helped by the shorter ball. But he has to find ways to get in Will Jensen's eye line. He's up against an opponent that has a lot of options. It's an interesting matchup here, two left-handed players. Being a lefty, you're in the minority and you've got a couple of natural weapons like the swing serve out wide, which is so difficult to read. But it's a known fact that lefties don't tend to like playing against other left-handed players. And Luca Pau has dug his heels in nicely here. 4 points on the trot from 40 love down. Breakpoint chance in the opening game. Second chance in what can tend to be a very important opening game, while both players are still just warming up. And that's what you've got to look for from Will Jensen. He can hit a big ball, but he can also switch it up as well. Nice change of pace there. Just giving Luca Pau a little bit of a different look on the ball, forcing him to change up his positioning. Oh! How good is that finish from Will Jansen? Longest rally of this opening game. That set the standard for the match. The aggressor was rewarded. That's a massive opening hold. The break point saved by the defending champion, who as such has already had the experience of contesting Wimbledon qualifying after triumphing in Surbiton last year. It was a little later in the year, springtime, in May. And he was able to take a set in that first round qualifying match against his fellow Brit, Anton Matusovic. Has continued to develop and flesh out as a player since then. Luca Pau knows he's got a task on his hands today. The 17-year-old born in Solihull now lives in Loughborough, where he's based at one of the LTA national academies. And the National Academy's a new installment within the past few years, generally for players aged 13 to 18. They provide high quality, high intensity daily training environments. A smart placement on that serve from Pau, noting how Jansen was ripping through the ball when given the opportunity in the opening game, just taking that angle away from him. That is really nice work from Pau. Ever since Jansen cracked that forehand winner down the line to close the longest rally of the match, his opponent has made a point of stepping up, using the serve in order to be the aggressor. So both players on the board. Oh, great touch. Such depth in his game already in his teenage years, Will Jansen. He's got the attacking play, he's got the hand skills, and he's got the right attitude and intensity at the beginning of this boys' final. Keeping it on serve at the beginning of proceedings. And this one is quite the rivalry. There have recently been a number of junior ITF events staged in Loughborough, including a couple last month, back end of last month, at the J3 events in Loughborough. The first final, Luca Pau defeated William Jansen 6-3, 6-4. The second final, Will Jansen defeated Luca Pau 6-1, 6-love. So this is an opportunity for revenge for Pau quite quickly after they most recently competed against each other. No secrets on this court. That could make it a very interesting contest. And both players trying to attack off the backhand side. And both lefty forehands, much more of a spinny shot, kicking up, sitting up that bit more. The backhand traveling a little bit lower. Clinical. So close. And great effort on the first volley from Pau, forced to pretty much take that ball off the floor. But Jansen didn't flinch, had him pinned. Just asked a couple of extra questions there. So big point, trying to put the lid on this game. And as that rallying shot drifted, there might have been a sigh of relief for Luca Pau. Will Jansen was on the comeback trail, but he keeps things ticking over nicely. He absorbed and redirected that return so nicely, Jansen. Keeping quite compact positioning, making his opponent do the most running corner to corner. And pillar to post. From the far reaches of the back of the court, that was a stretch for Powell to track down the drop shot. Great awareness from Jansen's side of the net. Tactical point construction on point. But Powell is always there in the corner of Jansen's eye line. As much as he's being made to run, he's responding to the challenge, tracking that ball down, couple of paces behind the baseline to give himself the extra time. If he keeps that up, it could prove distracting. How about that though? Great hand skills from below the height of the net. And Will Jansen displaying just why he is the top seed and the defending champion here at the Junior National Tennis Championships. The 18 and unders title on the line. And little between these two at present. He's got it all going on at the moment, Will Jansen. He's balancing studying for his A-levels with his competitive tennis. So it's a juggling act for him. He's also committed to head out to the States and play college tennis. We'll be heading out to Yale University. It's a really popular route for players, particularly on the men's side at the moment. We've seen a number of players on the British scene go that college tennis route and then have good success. Cam Norrie, who just broke the world's top 10, was out at Texas Christian University, and Alistair Gray, who's just starting to really break through, went exactly the same route. Luca Powell looking to keep in touch here. Well, he's got the scoreboard advantage here, Jansen. And to be able to impose himself like that on the very first point of the return game, that's a great start. That's big. particularly considering that Luca Pau names his favorite surface as clay, the slowest surface in the sport, the most physically demanding. And you can see it about him with his approach largely to this match so far, grinding it out, committing to the baseline exchanges, but Will Jansen at the moment has that little bit more zip on his finishing shots. Building momentum. And so that Luca Pau first serve has to be so secure. It was key to land the mark there. Oh, out of jail with the help of the net cord. But once again, he had the right intent. Will Jansen finding the gaps that didn't appear to be there and getting himself a break point chance. And the first breakthrough goes the top seed's way. Will Jansen has dropped a mere handful of games in each of his matches so far. And if he can back up this break of serve, he's well on his way to the opening set. He's got to draw on that and build on it, Luca Pau. So at the moment, Jansen has the upper hand in the longer exchanges, and he's been getting to the forecourt more regularly, so to be able to sneak one there on the very first point of the game, it's a leg up he has to use. He's reading the game out here at a high level, Jansen, knowing exactly when to switch it up and not giving Luca Pau the same ball to look at too many times over. How about that for control in the forecourt? We've seen a lot physically. That tells you about his head game as well. 30 all, tight spot. Able to land the mark on the first delivery. But Pao just keeps him playing. This game definitely feels more important for him than for Jansen. And that's nicely done. He might have to force himself out of his comfort zone a little bit here, Luca Pao. He stepped up immediately there. And that instantaneousness is necessary right now. Break back point. Well, fortune favours the brave. And Jansen cranked it up at the right moments there. It's hard to fault Pao, really. Tried to assert himself with his positioning and maybe just take some of the rhythm away from Jansen. But his opponent is sharp in his reading of the game right now. Well, could there be a momentum swing here? Jansen's kind of owns the highlights reel in this match, but it's not quite as consistent as it was for the middle portion of this set. Pao breaking him down, break back point. He just sat back a little there, Pao. It's tough because of the two, it feels like in this matchup, in these conditions, he's going to have to push himself out of his comfort zone a little more. Struggling to do so at the moment. Sublime stuff. A much different story from Pau's side of the net on that occasion. It was the backhand cross court halfway through that rally. So crisp, so acute with the angle. Took the lessons from the previous point quickly. And it's another chance to get right back on serve. My goodness. When push comes to shove, he just won't give way. And he's tracking that ball brilliantly. Doesn't take his eyes off it. Didn't overplay that. Just waited for it to come to him. Well, the longer this game extends, the more significant it becomes for both players. It could be a momentum setter or a momentum shifter. Shut up. The control on the low volley. When he's on the edge of the cliff, Will Jansen just refuses to topple. If you're Luca Pau right there, you just have to clap and say too good.
No. Don't be.
But he'll have to walk the line again. Pau still pushing. And finally, he grinds his way across the line. That feels absolutely massive for Luca Pau. Marathon game. If Will Jansen had held on there, it was all but the set, but it's not a break of serve until it's been consolidated. Pau prevents him backing it up, and we are back on serve here in the 18 and unders boys final. The girls' title having been claimed by 14-year-old Mimi Zhu. 6-4-7-5 over Talia Nielsen-Gatenby. She was the number 4 seed. Pal takes up that status in the boys' singles draw. Jansen yet to drop a set. Pao himself has dropped just the one in his opening match before rebounding for the 3-set win. Oh. The window there was so slim. It's great to see that from Pal. Had the right intensity, the right attitude on the opening points. It was a high quality pass from Jansen. Could have shaken him, could have put him off, but this is the kind of tennis he needs to play when the ball is on his racket. He's responding. And the length of shot right now is so key for both competitors. It's a fight for the forecourt at the moment. Just kept Jansen pegged back. How about the drive on that forehand? And the difference now for Luca Pao, the positioning. Much easier on the serve, admittedly, when you're kicking things off, but beginning of this match, he was Rafael Nadal levels behind the baseline. But he's had that first shot intensity, and it's paid off. From 4-2 down to 4 all, it's Pao that's just starting to build momentum. This is a key service game for Jansen to slam the brakes on. If he's broken here, his opponent's serving for the set. First 2 points of any game are really key, but particularly now, Jansen was in the driver's seat here. Let the set get away from him a little, but this just gives him a bit of breathing room. in what Luca Pau would have been hoping was a high pressure moment for his opponent. There's daylight on the scoreboard. Kept that effectively low and flat. Will Jansen's found his footing again. And he's regained the advantage on the scoreboard. It's on serve, but he's one game away from the set. So he'll be looking to apply some serious pressure here. Big names on the list of former champions here at the Junior National Tennis Championships across the age ranges. Andy Murray, Dan Evans, Kyle Edmund. It's a great forecast for the rest of your career if you can lift a trophy here. Jansen looking for his second successive in this particular age category. Luca Pau back in 2019, the second most recent edition of this event due to the cancellation in 2020 due to COVID. He was top seed in the 14 and unders event, so he's pressed on quickly. Big achievement in what was a very strong draw to have been able to make the final round here, but he wants to go one better. Serving to stay in this opening set.
Let's go.
Keeping it nice and simple there, Pau. It's really key to get Jansen on the move from the first ball. When he's got time on it, he's trouble. And to be fair, he is anyway. So much easier to pull for the breakthrough on the return when it comes to closing out a set. Good scoreboard situation here for Jansen. And a great response from Pau. Has to keep his foot down, even though it'll be so tempting right now to stay back in the court. Has to play to win. That's well done. Mentally, that would have been a tough one. Highest pressure moment of the match for Luca Pau. Steps up in the face of it. And Will Jansen has to go again. That's ludicrous. I think Jansen's reaction there was, where did that come from? That's my playbook. And now it gets interesting. Crunch time in the set. Tight business end when Jansen had the advantage. Does he have the mentality to match the physicality? Big opening here for Luca Pao. He was 4-2 down. Not immune here to the scoreboard pressure, Will Jansen. Or the level that has been raised by his opponent. For the first time, Luca Pao has break points to get out in front. And yeah, he had a little bit of a helping hand there, Luca Pao, but he more than helped himself as well. Had the right attitude at the right moment, and he might just have timed this to perfection. Will Jansen had the opportunity to consolidate for 5-2, but as that 7th game of the match extended, it became awfully significant. Luca Pao has barely missed a beat since then. He'll serve for 7-5. Names the team at the LTA Loughborough Academy. Luca Pao as the most important people in his tennis journey to date, making the most of being based there, serving for the opening set here. Oh. Well, you might say that's fortunate, but the mindset was there once again from Luca Pao. He had the instincts, he had the point on his racket. A lot of topspin on that forehand side might just have helped that one drop over. Oh. Daylight robbery there from Will Jansen. Pao had made all the right moves. Again, credit to him for hanging in there and just forcing the extra ball. Has to irritate his opponent. But he's not quite making enough balls to really get inside his head at the moment. Luca Pao with a couple of set points. And he'll take the first. That is a top-class turnaround from Luca Pao. The first half of that set was dictated by the top seed. He had his opponent at the end of a string and he was pulling Pao around that court. But as he struggled to hold for 5-2, he just got irritated. Pao got under his skin, and once he got under his skin, he got on top of the baseline. And here we are, 1 set away from the title, 1 set away from Wimbledon qualifying. Qualifying wildcard on the line for the winners today. Mimi Zhu has claimed hers with victory over Talia Nielsen-Gatenby. And this would be a huge moment for 17-year-old Pao. But there's still time left in this match. Jansen has to reset, just try and get back on top of his game mentally. He was doing so many of the right things, but just seemed to give way to a bit of agitation. And he'll want to get that first serve percentage back up. He was offering openings to his opponent, and Pao took them gladly. Could be a lot of tennis left to be seen here on court 3, and could be a bit of sunshine on the way as well. Sky's clearing. We like that. Here at the National Tennis Center, it's been transformed with new world-class courts and facilities that have earned it gold standard status, I should say, with the ITF. It's the hub for Britain's elite players and the current home of the US Open trophies won last year by LTA Youth Ambassador Emma Raducanu in the women's singles. If you didn't hear about that, you've been living under a rock. And Joe Salisbury, who now sits atop the world rankings in doubles and got that men's doubles title last year. This has been the base for the progression of players who are now killing it on the global stage. The LTA currently looking to capitalise on that international British success, aiming to support British players with more opportunities to earn international ranking points on home soil, as well as providing more match play and prize money earning opportunities. That's absolutely key, and already this season we've seen players make a rise using the springboard of events staged in the UK. This year the number of pro-level ITF World Tennis Tour events staged in Great Britain has doubled to 16 for both men and women. Surely the kind of level of event that these two players will be pressing on to compete in. Consolation prize for Will Jansen, gets to start this set on serve. Looking to continue on the same vein that he finished the opening set on. Luca Pau using that flatter backhand to get on the attack and try and take the ball out of Jensen's strike zone. First tight spot of the set comes early. This is such a key opening game for the top seed to get back on stride. You get the feeling that he needed that, Will Jensen. A little bit more reminiscent of the first half of the opening set, where he had the reins and was calling the majority of the shots. And the key factor, the first serve is back. And so is the scoreboard advantage now for Will Jensen. Lost 4 of the final 5 games of the opening set. It's a chance to write a different story now.
No, it was out. Clearly out.
Rattled by the line call there, Jensen. But if the call doesn't come from the chair... That's a good response. If he's frustrated, he's just got to channel it, use it in his game. Doesn't want any wasted energy out here. Two games in the second set, both have gone to 30 all. Oh, indeed. Fortunate for Pau. Of the two of them, Jensen's really been working this ball, getting it into different positions to try and unsettle, take the rhythm away. It almost worked there. Oh my words. How sweetly placed was that first drop shot. He finds the smallest of cracks in the wall, Will Jansen. He's more than earned this first break point chance of the set. But he's just got to be careful on that return. In terms of extended rallies, he was all over it in the opening set, and Powell was just getting a few more cheap points on serve. It allowed him to stay in touch.
Why go for that?
Questioning his own intent there, Jansen. Wasn't necessarily a bad shot to go for, just inside the baseline. Didn't have as much length to play with. But maybe he could just sense that when those rallies go long, he was starting to seize back the advantage, fancied his chances to outlast his opponent. Barely, but some slim margins here. Just starting to swing towards Luca Powell. A great escape there from the number 4 seed. Means both players are on the board in the second set. And he wants a good start to this return game to try and play on the frustrations that are building quite audibly from the top seed side of the net. Olympian archers would probably have envied the accuracy that Luca Powell displayed in that point. The first forehand in the corner, and he was just playing with Jansen from there on out. This is exactly what he would have been looking to do after that previous game. Breakpoint saved. It was the opportunity to snatch some momentum. Looks like he's doing it. Big first serve needed here. And he responds. The first serve has the final say. Sighs of relief, surely, for Will Jansen, who stops a rerun of the latter stages of that opening set for now. Putting the brakes on, keeping it on serve at the beginning of the second set. So the prizes on the line here, alongside the obvious of the trophy itself. Wildcard into Wimbledon qualifying for the winners. Wildcard into the main draw of the Wimbledon Junior Championships to the runner-up. But still in the thick of this contest. I doubt either player at this moment in time will be thinking about the finish line too much. Jansen had his chances opening set. Still a long way to go here. These are demanding rallies now, corner to corner, pillar to post, continuing to extend. And that's where Luca Pau's athleticism and endurance could really come into play. Flat. Devastating. And the net cord just gave a little bit of extra time. Nice move to close the door. As we edge along the wire, the first serve and the first shot behind it becomes more and more important. Powell with the urgency required just to hold Jansen off. Getting those first 2 points. Big stuff for Jansen just to keep the shoulders loose. And keep that first serve firing. Well, that's exactly what he was looking for. One of the more comprehensive service holds for Will Jansen in recent times. It's impressively imposed by the top seed. And once again, there have been chances, but no breakthroughs as yet. This is the position in the opening set where Jansen was then able to step up and push through. Made it 4-2. And from there, the story shifted. Two meetings last month in Loughborough, and completely my bad. I believe that I got that one wrong earlier on. Luca Powell with victories in both finals. And the most recent one, the more comprehensive, 6-1, 6-love. Yeah, there have been a few net cords. And Powell has probably had the higher number.
Come on! Yeah, come on, come on.
Let's go, let's go. 15, 30.
Sensing the moment. Maybe has recent history on his mind. Powell has to be intentional with these first couple of shots. And it's not a wonder that he felt the pressure on that second serve. It was on the scoreboard as well, and very much so now. Double breakpoint chance for Will Jansen. But that's a quality lob.
I mean, he even stopped.
The height on that and the way it dropped immediately, devastating. Got to refocus quickly, still a break point. Guessed right, but that's why it's so important just to play the ball and not your opponent, because there was too much on the delivery from Pau. Fully committed. It's got to take some confidence from the way he attacked that deficit. That's big. This is a hard court. He's looking to make it look like one. Pau defending for his life. But the attack saw Jansen through. And will it be third time lucky? Advantage. And the pressure tells. This is where it got interesting. And this is where everything changed in set number 1. A marathon service game for Will Jansen at 4-2 that went his opponent's way. It's a chance to rewrite the script. Nicely worked. Needed one of the first couple of points there, Pau, to keep his opponent from relaxing. Stepped up to take that one on the rise. He's just scooped it wide. Luca Pau looking to resurrect some unpleasant memories for his opponent. Double break back point. Oh, he responds to the pressure applied from the baseline. But that's a vintage return, so deep into the body, rocking Jansen back and squeezing out the 15-30 lead. Really put the pressure on. Luca Pau's done it again. He's back on serve here. And for the defending champion, it's a much tougher day at the office than this time last year when he got it done in straight sets over his fellow Will Nolan in the final. But that was over in Surbiton on grass courts, which would have been playing a fair bit quicker than the outdoor hard courts here at the National Tennis Centre. Not the quickest hard courts in the world, and that will be welcome news for Luca Pau, who's starting to enjoy getting stuck into some of these lengthier duels. There was one point in the opening set where you just couldn't get past Will Jansen. Forecourt baseline, he had everything covered. But a tennis match is a lengthy affair. It's tough to sustain that higher level consistently over a long period of games, and Pau is just starting to expose that. Looking to level. Jansen just starting to find out how unpleasant it is to have a target at the net sometimes. Pau gaining in confidence in the forecourt. He's had time to adjust. Oh, he slid that through. That dipped with surprising pace, caught Jansen out. And this looks a little familiar. The players level at 4 games all. On serve, but for Luca Pau, the finish line is suddenly in sight. If he breaks through here, he's serving for the championship. tough. Looking into the sun there, Jansen, finding it tough to finish the point off. Pal had no mercy. Scrambling, but with an air of security. And now that first point on the return that can be so significant, but particularly when you've just seized the momentum. 2 games in a row for Pal. And now the opening 2 points of the return game. This is bad news for the top seed. When you add this to the deja vu moment of losing the 4-2 advantage, first serves have never been more needed. Getting that first serve in play, allowing Jansen to pummel the Luca Pal backhand in ways that he hasn't always been able to in this set. So near, and yet so far. Was that a good leave? No, that's landed. Pal once again responding with Jansen at the net. Testing the hand skills to their limits, and now he has a massive breakpoint chance. He just put the pow in Luca Pal with that off forehand. Monumental stuff from the number 4 seed. And after this sit down, he will serve for the win. Heck of an effort. 4-2 down in both sets. A win for number 4 seed Mimi Zhu in the first final of the day. Is Luca Pal about to follow suit? up against the top seed, the defending champion. He has raised his level when behind. Four points away, not just from the championship, but that qualifying wildcard for Wimbledon. Huge opportunities here at the National Tennis Centre. Luca Pau serving for the win. And that's a great start. The right attitude, the right approach. Now is not the time to sit back. Constantly keeping Jansen on the run here. You could see the intention from the top seed early in that rally, going deep and central, trying to take the angle away, but Pau effortlessly able to get around that ball. Turned the tables very much in the driver's seat now. He's 2 points away. And now just the one. Two chances here for Luca Pau to serve it out. Luca Pau is the 18 and unders champion at the 2022 edition of the Junior National Tennis Championships. And boy, did he step up to earn that. Came from behind in both sets. Got inside his opponent's head, played on his frustrations. Made more and more balls with interest. And switched it up when he realized it wasn't working. He was languishing at the back of the court early in the match, but gradually inched himself up on top of that baseline and showed that he really can pack a punch. That will come in handy when he takes up his position in Wimbledon qualifying via the wild card that he's just earned. Huge moments today at the National Tennis Centre. Not a bad day to be a number 4 seed. Mimi Zhu first up, and now Luca Pao toppling the defending champion and the top seed. Got a feel for Will Jansen. It was such a promising start to the match, and there were moments where it looked like he couldn't put a foot wrong. He's got so much in his arsenal. But as the match grew more demanding, Pao responded, and he more than earned that victory. Getting set up for the awarding of the trophies. He joins an elite list of former champions across the age ranges at this event, Luca Pao. The Roll of Honor including such names as Kyle Edmonds, Dan Evans, Tim Henman, and a certain Andy Murray himself.
Ladies and gentlemen, please show your appreciation once again for our two boys singles finals, Will Jansen and Luca Pao. Just before we present to the players, just one or two thank yous to make. Firstly, I'd like to thank the NTC operations staff. They've done a phenomenal job here with us this week, as well as actually preparation for the site. We've had a few challenges with the wind and such like, and health and safety that comes with that. So I would like to thank Charles Dew, Lee Myers, and the whole of the team. Thank you. In our tournament team, there's a number of people I would like to thank. If I miss anyone, please don't go for me later, and I apologise. But I would like to thank Tom Kinlock, our referee, Ray Lovell, who's been our practice desk, Nigel Smethurst, who's been doing our physio, Ernesto and Simon, who have been working behind the scenes throughout, coming in 7 o'clock in the mornings most days. I'd like to thank all of our tournament team for all their work this week. Thank you. And so, for our presentation, please welcome back David Rawlinson, President of the LTA. Our runner-up for 2022, Will Jansen.
Great effort. Top seed, defending champion, had a target on his back, didn't drop a set leading into the final. But on this particular day, Luca Pao, who won their 2 meetings in Loughborough last month as well, just had a bit too much.
And our boys singles 18 under 2022 champion, Luca Pao.
Prestigious prizes for this teenager. The start of a long journey to come. Has to be proud of how he handled himself today in some tight scoreboard situations. Beat the number 2 seed and the top seed back to back, more than earned the trophy himself. Luca Pao and Mimi Zhu, your 2022 18 and under champions here at the Junior National Tennis Championships.
So, ladies and gentlemen, that concludes our 18 and under event. Starting tomorrow will be press repeat for our 16 unders for qualifying, and our finals back here next Friday. Thank you very much.
You heard it for Richard Joyner there. That's it for this week. The 18 and under event draws to a close, but straight back into action at the Junior National Tennis Championships. 16 and under event takes center stage from tomorrow, and this time next week we'll be back with you to bring you the finals of that particular event. Thanks for being with us today. I've been Abigail Johnson, taking you through both finals. Great to watch 2 quality contests and see 2 new champions crowned in Mimi Zhu and Luca Pao.
you know, I literally